Life is not a place to reach, and nothing is missing from this moment except our attention. So for a little while, you don't need to fix anything or become anyone else. Just pause and feel the quiet fact that you are here, breathing, alive, held by this moment. Welcome, Whispers of Moonlight, a space for meditation and mindfulness. In this time together, you may begin to notice something simple, yet often overlooked: how tension softens when nothing is resisted, how each breath comes and goes on its own, how experience is always changing, never fixed, never truly yours. And gently, a question can arise, not to answer, but to feel. If nothing stays and nothing can be held, what is there to struggle with? So let this be a space to rest, not to achieve. And if you feel a quiet connection here, leave a comment with your time and place, wherever you are in the world. In this very moment, we are here together. And as you notice this simple fact, breathing is already happening. You may begin to feel a quiet softening somewhere in the body. Nothing has changed, and yet something feels different, because for a moment, you are no longer chasing the next moment. Stay here. Feel the breath as it enters, cool, subtle, barely noticeable, and as it leaves, warm, fading, dissolving into space. No need to follow it perfectly. No need to stay focused without interruption. Even if attention drifts, that too can be noticed. And in that noticing, you are already present again. Gently feel the weight of the body, the way it rests, supported by the ground without effort. You are not holding yourself up. The body is being held. Let that be felt, not as an idea, but as a direct experience. There may be areas of tension, tightness in the shoulders, a heaviness in the chest, a subtle restlessness somewhere within. There is no need to remove it. Just allow it to be here. Notice how the mind quickly wants to change it, to fix, to adjust, to improve. And gently, you don't follow that impulse. You simply see it. This is the beginning of freedom. Not in controlling experience, but in no longer being controlled by the need to control. Now, expand your awareness a little wider. Include sounds, near or far, clear or faint. Let them come to you. There is no need to identify them. No need to label or understand. Just hearing. Sound appears and disappears without asking for permission. In the same way, thoughts may arise. A memory, a plan, a random image. They come and they go. See if you can notice this clearly. A thought begins, it stays for a moment, and then it fades. Where did it come from? Where does it go? No need to answer, just observe. And slowly, a quiet insight may start to unfold. What you call my thoughts are not really yours. They appear on their own, just like sounds, just like breath. This is not something to believe. It is something to see. Now, turn gently toward feeling. There may be a subtle emotion present. It could be calm, or boredom, or unease. Whatever is here, let it be exactly as it is. Instead of naming it, feel it directly. Where is it in the body? Is it moving or still? Is it heavy or light? Does it stay the same or does it shift? Stay close to the raw sensation without the story. And notice, even this is changing. No feeling remains exactly the same. Even discomfort moves, transforms, fades, returns in another form. This is the nature of experience, changing, unstable, ungraspable. And when the mind tries to hold on to something pleasant or push away something unpleasant, tension appears. This tension is what we often call suffering. Not the experience itself, but the resistance to it. So for now, nothing needs to be held. Nothing needs to be pushed away. Let everything come and go as it naturally does. You are not required to manage this moment. Life is already unfolding. Notice how the breath continues without your effort. The heart beats without your command. Sounds arise, thoughts appear, sensations shift. All of it happening on its own. And in seeing this, something begins to loosen. The sense that everything depends on you begins to soften. There is less pressure, less urgency. Just this unfolding moment. Now, rest here for a few breaths, not trying to do anything, not trying to reach anywhere, just resting as awareness itself, open, spacious, allowing. If a thought says, "I am doing this well," or "I am not doing this right," notice that too. Just another thought, appearing and disappearing. No need to follow. No need to argue. Let it pass like a cloud in a wide sky. And the sky does not hold on to any cloud. It does not resist any cloud. It simply allows. In the same way, you can begin to sense this openness within you, not as something you create, but as something that is already here, always here, before any thought, before any reaction. Quiet, still, unchanging. And everything else comes and goes within it. Breath comes and goes. Sound comes and goes. Feeling comes and goes. Thought comes and goes. Nothing stays. Nothing can be kept. And yet, nothing is missing. Right here, this is enough. And as you stay with the breath, you may begin to notice how effortless it is. It comes in without being invited. It leaves without being pushed away. There is no need to guide it, no need to improve it. The breath knows what to do. You can simply rest beside it, like sitting near a quiet river, watching the water flow. Each inhale rises, each exhale falls. Just like waves appearing and dissolving on the surface of a vast ocean. Nothing in the ocean tries to hold a wave. Nothing tries to stop it. And in the same way, you do not need to hold the breath or extend it or make it meaningful. It is already complete, just as it is. You may notice some breaths feel deeper, some feel shallow, some smooth, some slightly uneven. All of this is natural. There is no perfect breath. And in seeing this, something relaxes inside. The need to control begins to soften. Stay close to the sensation. Perhaps you feel it at the nostrils, a soft touch of air, or in the chest, a gentle expansion and release, or in the belly, rising and falling. There is no right place to focus. Just where the breath is most clear to you. And if it becomes faint, if it feels like it disappears, that too can be noticed. Nothing has gone wrong. The mind may say, "I lost the breath." But even that is just another thought. And as soon as you notice that, you are already back. No effort needed. Awareness returns, like a feather settling softly on the ground. Not forced, not pushed, just naturally returning. You may also notice that the mind wanders often. It drifts into memories, plans, small stories. This is not a mistake. This is the nature of the mind. Thinking happens, just as breathing happens. So there is no need to fight it. When you realize the mind has wandered, pause for a moment and gently come back to this breath, this simple movement of life unfolding. No judgment, no frustration, because the moment you notice is already a moment of awareness, and that is enough. Stay with a few breaths like this, feeling each one from beginning to end, and then letting it go. You may begin to see there is nothing you can hold. The inhale cannot be kept. The exhale cannot be stopped. Each breath is born and disappears completely. And this quiet seeing begins to reveal something deeper. Everything in life moves in this way, appearing, staying briefly, and then fading. Nothing remains fixed. Not the breath, not the body, not even the sense of I. And yet, there is no need to be afraid of this, because even though nothing stays, something is always here. This knowing, this awareness that sees each breath without holding it. Rest in that knowing. Let the breath move freely within this open space. There is no boundary to this awareness, no edge, no center. Just a quiet presence in which everything appears. The breath rises inside this space. The breath falls inside this space. And nothing disturbs it. If a thought comes, it appears here. If a feeling arises, it appears here. All of it moving through without leaving a trace, like clouds drifting through an endless sky. The sky does not follow them. It does not resist them. It allows. In the same way, you can begin to rest as this allowing. Not doing, not fixing, not becoming, just aware. And as you stay here, there may be a subtle sense of ease, not because everything is perfect, but because nothing is being resisted. Even if the breath becomes irregular, even if the mind becomes busy, this openness remains unchanged. You do not need to protect it. It is already free. So let the breath continue in its own rhythm. Let the mind move in its own way. And you rest here, not as the one controlling, but as the one aware, quietly present, with each breath arriving and leaving on its own. And as you stay with the body, you may begin to notice how alive it is. Not as an idea, but as a field of changing sensations, a subtle vibration, a gentle warmth, a quiet pulsing. Nothing in the body is completely still. Even in rest, there is movement. Feel the weight of the body again, how it settles, how it is supported. There is no effort in being held. The ground receives the body without asking anything in return. You do not need to carry yourself. Let that be felt deeply. And now, gently move your attention through the body. Not in a strict order, but like a soft light touching different areas. The face, perhaps relaxed or slightly tense. The jaw, maybe holding or maybe loose. The shoulders, carrying a weight or slowly letting go. You do not need to change anything. Just notice. Notice how each area feels without trying to make it different. If there is tightness, let it be tight. If there is ease, let it be easy. There is no preference needed, because each sensation is simply appearing and passing. Stay with one area for a moment. Perhaps the chest. Feel the expansion as the breath enters, and the soft release as it leaves. But also notice there may be other sensations. Subtle pressure, a faint movement, a shifting texture. All of this is part of the body as it is now. And as you observe, you may begin to see something clearly. No sensation stays the same. Even what feels solid is quietly changing. Attention may grow, then soften, then disappear. A comfort may be present, then fade, then return in a different way. This is not something you control. It is something you witness. And in seeing this, the idea of a fixed body begins to loosen. What you call my body is not a solid thing. It is a continuous unfolding, a process, not an object. And within this process, there is no single place you can point to and say, "This is me." Only changing sensations, appearing and disappearing, moment by moment. Stay with this seeing, not as a concept, but as a direct experience. Feel the hands. Are they still or subtly alive? Perhaps there is a tingling, a softness, a quiet presence. And if you stay long enough, even this changes. Nothing holds its shape. Now feel the legs, the contact with the ground, the pressure, the temperature, all of it shifting in small, almost invisible ways. The body is not static. It is flowing. And this flow does not ask for your permission. It simply happens. Just like the breath, just like sounds, just like thoughts. The body moves on its own. You may also notice discomfort, a slight ache, a restlessness, a pull to adjust. This is natural. The body is not designed to remain perfectly still. But instead of reacting immediately, see if you can stay for a moment. Not forcing, not enduring, just observing. What is this sensation when you don't call it pain, when you don't resist it? Is it steady or moving? Does it grow or does it change? Stay curious, because often what feels solid at first is actually a series of changing signals, rising, falling, shifting. And when there is no resistance, something unexpected happens. The intensity may soften, or it may remain, but without the same weight. Because the struggle is no longer there. This is how understanding begins. Not by removing discomfort, but by seeing it clearly. Without adding fear, without adding stories. Just sensation, as it is. And slowly, a quiet wisdom emerges. The body is not who you are. It is something you experience. It changes without asking you. It ages without asking you. It responds to countless conditions beyond your control. And yet, there is something here that knows all of this. Something that is aware of the body, but is not limited to it. Rest as that awareness. Let the body be exactly as it is. Let sensations rise and pass like waves on the surface of the sea. You do not need to stop the waves. You do not need to hold them. Just watch as they appear and disappear within a space that remains open and still. And in this stillness, there is no need to become anything, no need to fix anything. Just this quiet knowing of a body that is alive, changing moment by moment. And now, let awareness open to sound. Not searching, not focusing on any single noise, just allowing sound to arrive. A distant hum, a soft movement, a passing tone. Some sounds may be clear. Some may be barely noticeable. All of them appear on their own. You do not create them. You do not invite them. They simply enter the field of awareness, and then they are gone. Listen closely. A sound begins. It vibrates for a moment, and then it fades into silence. And before you can hold it, it has already disappeared. Nothing stays. Let this be seen not as an idea, but as a direct experience. Now notice how the mind reacts. It may label the sound. It may say, "This is pleasant. This is distracting. This is annoying." And in that moment, the experience changes. It is no longer just sound. It becomes something personal. But before the label, it was simply vibration, pure, neutral, passing through. See if you can return to that simplicity, hearing without naming. Let sound be just sound, like rain falling, each drop touching the ground and then disappearing. The rain does not choose where to fall. The ground does not reject it. There is just contact and release. In the same way, sound touches awareness, and then it is gone. Nothing needs to be held. Now, expand your listening even further. Include all sounds at once, near and far, soft and loud. Let them come together as one continuous flow. Not separate events, but a single unfolding field. No need to follow any one sound. Just receiving everything as it is. And within this openness, you may begin to notice something subtle. There is no center to the hearing, no fixed point from which you listen. Sound appears in awareness, not outside, not inside. just disappearing and disappearing over and over without effort. Now notice the space between sounds, the quiet that is always here. Even when a sound arises, that quiet does not disappear. It remains, holding the sound without resistance. Like a vast sky, clouds may pass through, but the sky is unchanged. In the same way, awareness remains open as sounds come and go. Nothing disturbs it. Even a sudden noise, it appears, it vibrates, and then it fades, leaving no trace behind. Stay with this seeing. Sound does not stay. It cannot be kept. Even the most beautiful tone cannot be held. Even the most unpleasant noise does not last. And yet, how often does the mind try to control this? To keep what it likes, to avoid what it dislikes. This effort creates tension. Not the sound itself, but the reaction to it. So for now, let go of preference. Let every sound be equal. Not good, not bad. Just appearing and disappearing. You may notice when there is no resistance, even a harsh sound loses its edge. It becomes just another vibration, just another moment passing through. This is the nature of all experience, not only sound. Everything that arises passes. A feeling passes. A thought passes. A sensation passes. Nothing remains fixed. And in seeing this clearly, a quiet shift happens. There is less need to hold, less need to control, more space to simply allow. Now rest here for a few moments, listening without effort, without choosing, without resisting, just hearing as life expresses itself through sound. And notice, awareness does not move. It does not chase sound. It does not follow it. Sound comes into awareness and leaves. Awareness remains. Still, open, unchanging. This is always here, before any sound, during any sound, after all sound. And as you recognize this, there is a quiet sense of ease, because nothing needs to be managed, nothing needs to be fixed. Everything is already unfolding on its own. Let sound continue as it will. Let silence be here as it is. And you rest as the knowing, in which all of this appears and disappears without leaving anything behind. And now, gently turn toward feeling, not to analyze it, not to understand it, but simply to feel. There may be a sense of calm, a quiet ease, or something less comfortable, a subtle tension, a restlessness. Whatever is here, let it be exactly as it is. No need to push it away. No need to hold on to it. Just allow it to appear. Notice where it lives in the body. Is it in the chest, the stomach, the throat, or somewhere harder to name? Feel its texture. Is it heavy or light, tight or open, still or moving? Stay close to the raw sensation, not the story about it, not the reason behind it, just the feeling itself. And as you stay, you may begin to notice something subtle. It is not as solid as it first seemed. It shifts, changes, moves. Even within a few breaths, it may grow stronger, then soften, then change shape. This is the nature of emotion, not fixed, not permanent, just a process unfolding in time. And yet, the mind often says, "This is my feeling. This is who I am right now." But look again. If it changes, can it truly be you? If it comes and goes, can it truly define you? Stay with this question, not to answer, but to see. A feeling arises, it is known, and then it fades. Another one appears, it is known, and it too fades. The knowing remains. The awareness remains, unmoved, untouched by what passes through it. Rest as that. You are not inside the emotion. The emotion is appearing within awareness. Like a wave arising in the ocean. The wave may be strong or gentle, but the ocean is not disturbed. In the same way, awareness remains open as feeling rises and falls. Now notice what happens when there is no resistance. If a difficult feeling is here, instead of pushing it away, you allow it to stay, just for a moment, without adding tension, without trying to escape. And something begins to shift. The feeling may still be present, but it feels different, less heavy, less overwhelming, because the struggle is no longer there. Suffering is not only the feeling itself. It is the resistance, the tightening, the refusal to allow what is here. When resistance softens, even discomfort becomes workable. Something you can stay with. Something you can understand. Now notice the urge to label, to say, "This is sadness. This is anxiety. This is peace." and see what happens when you don't name it. When you simply feel without words. It becomes more fluid, less fixed, more like movement than a solid state. This is direct experience before the mind divides it into good and bad. Stay here, feeling without labeling, allowing without controlling, and notice again everything changes. Even the most intense feeling cannot remain exactly the same. It rises, it peaks, it fades over and over. Nothing holds. Nothing stays. And in this seeing, a deeper understanding begins to unfold. There is no need to cling to what feels good. It will change. There is no need to fear what feels difficult. It will also change. This is the nature of all experience. Unstable, unfixed, ungraspable. And yet, there is something here that knows all of this, that sees each feeling without becoming it, that allows each wave without being swept away. Rest as that knowing. Let feelings come and go as they will. You do not need to stop them. You do not need to hold them. Just feel and let them pass. And slowly, a quiet freedom begins to appear. Not because feelings disappear, but because you are no longer bound by them. They arise within you, but they are not you. They move through you, but they do not define you. And in this simple seeing, there is space, there is ease, there is a gentle openness that was always here, waiting to be noticed. And now Gently notice the movement of the mind, how it reaches for what feels pleasant, how it pulls away from what feels uncomfortable. This movement is subtle, but it is always there. A quiet leaning toward, or a quiet turning away. You may not see it at first, but if you look closely, you will notice the moment it begins. A pleasant sensation appears, and almost immediately there is a wish for it to stay. A soft thought. This is nice. And beneath it, a quiet holding. Wanting more, wanting it to continue. And in that holding, attention begins, because what is changing is being asked to stay. Now notice the other side. A discomfort appears, a tightness, a restless feeling, and the mind reacts. I don't want this. This should go away. And in that pushing, another layer is added. Resistance. This is where struggle begins. Not in the sensation itself, but in the movement against it. So for now, see if you can step out of this pattern, not by forcing yourself, but by simply not following it. When something pleasant arises, let it be pleasant, without reaching for more, without trying to hold it. Let it come and let it go. And when something uncomfortable appears, let it be uncomfortable, without pushing it away, without trying to escape. Let it come and let it go. This is the middle way. Not moving toward, not moving away. Just staying right here with what is. At first, this may feel unfamiliar. The mind is used to choosing, used to controlling, used to shaping experience according to its preferences. So it may resist this openness. It may say, "This is not enough. I need to fix something." But notice, these too are just movements, just thoughts, appearing and passing. They do not need to be followed. Stay with the simplicity of this moment. Breath, body, sound, feeling, all unfolding on their own without needing your control. Now feel what happens when there is no clinging, no resistance, just allowing. The body softens, the breath becomes easy, the mind grows quiet. Not because it is forced, but because there is nothing to fight. Even if thoughts are still present, even if sensations continue, there is less weight, less pressure, because nothing is being held. And nothing is being pushed away. This is a different kind of peace. Not the peace of perfect conditions, but the peace of non-resistance, where everything is allowed to be as it is. Stay here for a few moments. Let experience unfold freely, without interfering, without choosing, just witnessing. You may begin to notice that without clinging, pleasant experiences lose their urgency. They are enjoyed, but not grasped. And without resistance, unpleasant experiences lose their threat. They are felt, but not feared. Everything becomes lighter, more fluid, more open. This is not indifference. It is clarity, seeing things as they are, without adding extra layers. Now look even deeper. What is it that clings? What is it that resists? Is there a solid self doing this? Or is it just another pattern, another movement arising in the mind? Watch closely. The urge to hold appears. The urge to push away appears. And both pass, just like everything else. There is no fixed controller behind them, only movements coming and going. In this seeing, the sense of I am controlling begins to soften. And with it, a deeper ease emerges. Because nothing needs to be managed. Everything is already moving according to its nature. So let go, not as an action, but as a non-action, simply by not holding, simply by not resisting. Let each moment be complete, just as it is, and rest In this open allowing, where nothing is rejected, nothing is grasped, and everything is free to arise and pass without leaving a trace. And now imagine the body gently rising, as if preparing to take a step, not in a hurry, not moving toward anything, just a simple movement beginning to unfold. One foot lifts slowly, feeling the shift of weight, the subtle balance, nothing rushed, nothing forced. Then the foot moves forward through space without urgency, as if there is nowhere to arrive. And then it touches the ground, softly, completely. Feel that contact, the moment of meeting between the body and the earth. There is no need to go further. This step is already complete. Stay here for a moment. Let the body feel the fullness of a single step, not as part of a journey, but as a whole experience in itself. Now, another step begins. Again, lifting, moving, placing. Each phase, clear, simple, enough. There is no destination waiting, nothing at the end that will complete you. Because nothing is missing in this step, or this one, or this one. Walking continues, but not to get somewhere, just to feel each movement as it happens. And as you stay with this, you may begin to notice something quiet. The usual sense of rushing begins to fade. The need to arrive begins to soften. Because arriving is no longer in the future. It is here, in the lifting, in the placing, in the simple contact with the ground. Now notice the mind. It may try to move ahead. It may say, "Where am I going? What comes next?" And gently you return. Not by force, but by remembering this step is enough. Nothing else is needed. The body moves, but awareness stays. Right here, with each movement, with each contact. And in this way, walking becomes stillness, movement without leaving the present. Each step appears and disappears, just like a breath, just like a sound, just like a thought. Nothing carries over, nothing accumulates. One step, complete, gone. Another step, complete, gone. And in this seeing, a deeper understanding begins to unfold. Life is not made of destinations. It is made of moments, each one appearing and vanishing without holding the next. We often believe that something ahead will bring fulfillment, a place, a result, a future moment. But when you look closely, that moment never arrives, because when it comes, it is just another step, just another now. So what has been chased was never separate from what is already here. Stay with the simplicity of walking. Even if you are sitting still, you can feel the sense of movement, the rhythm, the unfolding of life, step by step. Nothing stands still. Everything moves. And yet, nothing is truly going anywhere, just arising and passing. Now feel the ground again, the support, the quiet stability, always here beneath each step. It does not move. It does not hurry. It simply receives. And the body comes, touches, and lifts again. This is enough. No step is wasted. No moment is incomplete. Even the smallest movement contains the whole of life. Now let the walking become even more gentle, slower, softer, as if each step is a whisper, touching the earth and dissolving. No trace left behind. Nothing carried forward. Just this. Step and step and step. And as you rest in this rhythm, there may be a quiet joy. Not excitement, not intensity, but a simple contentment in not needing to go anywhere, in not needing to become anything, just walking without a destination, just being without a goal. And in this being, there is nothing missing, nothing to complete, nothing to achieve. Only this unfolding, step by step, moment by moment, already whole. And as you hear this, something in you may begin to loosen. The quiet pressure to become someone better, to reach a calmer state, to fix what feels unfinished, can gently soften. For a long time, the mind has been moving in this direction, always improving, always adjusting, always trying to arrive at a version of yourself that finally feels complete. But right now, you can step out of that movement, not by force, but by simply not continuing it. Nothing needs to be added to this moment. Nothing needs to be removed. What is here is already whole. Even if the mind feels busy, even if the body feels restless, even if something is uncomfortable, this moment is not lacking. Stay here. Feel what is present without trying to change it. A thought may arise. I should be more focused. Notice it. Let it pass. Another thought may say, this is not deep enough. Notice that too. Let it pass. These are just movements of a mind that is used to striving, used to comparing, used to measuring. But in this space, there is nothing to compare, no standard to meet, no version of you that is more correct than this one. This, as it is enough. Now feel what happens when you stop trying to improve. There is a quiet relief, a subtle release of effort. The body softens because it is no longer being pushed into a different shape. The breath becomes natural because it is no longer being controlled. The mind becomes lighter because it is no longer chasing a better state. And in this easing, something deeper begins to appear, not created, not produced, but revealed when striving pauses. A simple presence, already here, before any effort, before any idea of who you should be. Rest in that. There is no need to hold it, no need to maintain it. It is not a fragile state. It does not depend on conditions being perfect. It is here, even when thoughts are present, even when feelings move, even when the body shifts. Nothing needs to be different for this to be complete. Now notice the habit of becoming, the subtle sense that you are moving towards something better, a future moment where everything feels right. This habit is deeply rooted. It appears in small ways, wanting the breath to be calmer, wanting the mind to be quieter, wanting the experience to be more peaceful. But look closely. This movement always points away from what is here. It says, not this, but something else. And in that movement, there is tension. Because the present moment is being rejected. So gently, you can let go of that direction, not moving forward, not moving away, just resting in what is already here. This is not giving up. It is seeing clearly. Seeing that nothing is missing. Seeing that completeness is not something to be achieved. It is something to be recognized. Right here, right now. Even in imperfection, even in uncertainty, even in change. Everything is already included. Nothing stands outside of this moment. Now stay with this openness, without trying to define it, without turning it into a goal. Just allowing everything to be as it is. Thoughts may come and go. Feelings may shift and move. The body may adjust and settle. All of it unfolding naturally. And you not needing to become anything. Not needing to fix anything. Just aware of this simple, complete, ever-changing moment. And in this, there is a quiet freedom. Not because everything is perfect, but because nothing needs to be. And as you stay with this seeing, the breath continues on its own. It does not ask for permission. It does not wait for attention. It moves, whether you notice it or not. This can be felt directly. A breath comes in without effort. A breath leaves without decision. There is no command behind it. No center giving instructions. Just movement happening. And as this becomes clear, a quiet question may appear. If the breath is not controlled, what else is happening in the same way? Stay with the breath and let it show you. Notice how it changes. Sometimes deep, sometimes shallow, sometimes smooth, sometimes uneven. No pattern holds for long. Each breath is different. Each one appears and disappears without repeating the last. This is the nature of all things. Not fixed, not predictable, always moving, and yet there is a simple trust in this movement. You do not worry that the next breath will not come. You do not hold on to the current one out of fear of losing it. There is a natural allowing. Breath comes, breath goes, and something in you is already at ease with this. Now feel this more deeply. The inhale rises, but you do not create it. The exhale falls, but you do not release it. Both happen within awareness, not by a self, but as a process. And in this seeing, the sense of I am breathing begins to soften. There is breathing, but no breather that can be found. Look carefully. Can you locate the one who is doing the breathing? Or is there only the breath and the knowing of it? No need to answer, just observe. Breath arises, it is known, and then it fades. The knowing remains, unmoved, still, open. And within this openness, everything appears. The breath, the body, the sounds, the thoughts, all of it moving freely, without ownership, without control. Now notice how the mind may react to this. It may feel uncertain. It may want to return to a sense of control. To feel, I am doing this. But gently, you do not need to hold on to that idea. Let it soften. Let the breath continue without needing a controller. And feel what happens when nothing is being managed. There is a quiet lightness, a release from the effort of maintaining. Because what you thought you had to do is already being done. Life is already living itself. Now stay with a few breaths, just as they are. Not improving, not adjusting, just noticing. Inhale, appearing. Exhale, disappearing. Again and again, each one complete, each one gone. Nothing carried forward, nothing held back. And as you rest here, another layer of understanding may begin to unfold. If the breath cannot be owned, if it cannot be controlled, then perhaps it was never mine to begin with. Just as sound is not yours, just as sensation is not yours, just as thought is not yours, all of it appearing in awareness and passing. This is not something to believe. It is something to see, moment by moment. Now feel the simplicity of this. Breathing without a breather, happening without effort. And you, not as the one controlling, but as the one aware. Quietly present as each breath unfolds and fades into the next. There is nothing to hold, nothing to maintain, nothing to protect. Just this natural rhythm, rising, falling, appearing, disappearing, within a space that remains open, unchanging, and free. And as you stay with the body in this way, you begin to feel it less as a solid shape and more as a living movement. Not something fixed, but something unfolding. The heartbeat, rising and falling. The breath, expanding and releasing. Subtle currents moving beneath the surface. Nothing holds still. Even what once felt stable is quietly shifting. Stay close to this, not as an idea, but as a direct experience. Feel the pulse in the hands, a soft rhythm, appearing, disappearing. Feel the chest moving with each breath, never exactly the same. Feel the temperature of the skin, warmth, coolness, changing moment by moment. Even the pressure, where the body meets the ground, is not constant. It adjusts subtly, continuously. There is no single point that remains unchanged. And as you observe this, the sense of a fixed body begins to dissolve. What seemed like a solid thing reveals itself as a flow, a process without a center. Now look even more closely. When a sensation appears, a tingling, a tightness, a softness, it does not stay. It moves, it transforms, it fades. Sometimes quickly, sometimes slowly, but always changing. Even discomfort, which may feel solid at first, if you stay with it, you begin to notice it is not one thing. It is many small sensations arising, shifting, disappearing, like flickering points, coming and going. Nothing stable, nothing fixed. And in this seeing, something becomes clear. The body is not a single object. It is a collection of changing events, moment after moment. There is no permanent structure behind it, no solid core that stays the same. And yet, the mind often says, "This is my body. This is me." But look again. If everything is changing, if no part remains the same, what exactly is this me that is being claimed? Stay with the question, not to answer, but to observe. Sensations arise, they are known, and they pass, again and again, without a center, without a controller, just happening. Now notice how the body responds to conditions. A sound arises. The body reacts. A thought appears. The body shifts. An emotion comes. The body tightens or softens. All of this happening automatically, without instruction, without a fixed self directing it. The body moves according to causes and conditions, just like the breath, just like the weather, just like the tides. And in seeing this, the sense of ownership begins to loosen, not as a belief, but as a direct observation. The body is not mine in the way the mind assumes. It is something being experienced, something changing, something known. And the knowing is not limited to any single sensation. It remains as sensations come and go. Now rest in this knowing. Let the body continue as it is. No need to fix posture. No need to correct movement. Let everything adjust naturally. If there is tension, let it be there. Watch how it moves. If there is ease, let it be there. Watch how it shifts. Nothing needs to stay. Nothing can be held. Everything flows like a river, always moving, never the same, yet appearing as one continuous form. But even the river is not a single thing. It is water, flowing, changing, moment by moment. The body is the same, not a thing, but a happening. And you are not inside it as a fixed observer. You are the awareness in which it appears. Open, spacious, unchanging. While the body moves, shifts, transforms within it. Stay here for a few moments, feeling the body as movement, as change, as process. Nothing solid, nothing fixed, just sensations arising and passing within a quiet, open knowing. And as you stay with sound in this way, you may begin to notice how simple it truly is. Before the mind names it, before it becomes pleasant or unpleasant, it is just vibration. A tone appears, it is heard, and then it fades. Nothing more is added, no meaning, no story, just sound. Stay close to this simplicity. Let each sound arrive without preparing for it. Let it leave without holding on to it. You do not need to follow it. You do not need to push it away. Just hearing as it happens. Now notice the moment when the mind begins to label. It says, "This is a voice. This is noise. This is distracting." And in that instant, something changes. The sound becomes personal. It becomes something you relate to, something you judge, something you react to. But before that moment, it was just sound, neutral, unclaimed, passing through awareness without leaving a mark. See if you can remain before the label, in the raw experience of hearing. Sound appears and disappears, again and again. No sound stays. Even a continuous noise is actually many small moments, arising, fading, arising, fading. Too fast to notice at first, but always changing. Nothing is solid. Nothing is fixed. Now, expand your listening to include everything at once. No need to choose. No need to focus on one sound. Let all sounds come together as a single field. Near, far, loud, soft, pleasant, unpleasant, all equal, all appearing within the same open awareness. And within this openness, you may begin to notice something subtle. There is no boundary to where sound begins or ends. It simply appears in awareness. Not outside, not inside, just appearing and disappearing. Now listen to the space between sounds, the quiet that is always here. Even when a sound arises, that quiet does not disappear. It remains, holding the sound without resistance. Like a vast sky, clouds pass through, but the sky is unchanged. In the same way, awareness remains open as sounds come and go. Nothing disturbs it. even a sudden noise, it appears, vibrates, and fades, leaving no trace behind. Stay with this seeing. Sound cannot be held. It cannot be owned. It cannot be controlled. It comes and it goes. And yet, the mind tries to manage it. It prefers certain sounds and resists others. But this preference creates tension. Not the sound itself, but the reaction to it. So now, let all sounds be equal. No sound is a problem. No sound needs to be removed. Everything is part of this moment. You may notice when there is no resistance, even an unpleasant sound loses its sharpness. It becomes just another vibration, just another movement passing through. This is the nature of experience. Not only sound, but everything. Thoughts, feelings, sensations, all appear and pass. Nothing stays. And in seeing this clearly, something softens inside. There is less need to control, to avoid, to hold. More space to simply allow. Now rest here, listening, without effort, without preference, without resistance. Just hearing as life expresses itself through sound. And notice, awareness does not move. It does not chase sound. It does not follow it. Sound comes into awareness and leaves. Awareness remains. Still, open, unchanging. Before any sound, during any sound, after all sound. This openness is always here, not created, not dependent on what is heard, just present. And as you recognize this, there is a quiet ease, because nothing needs to be fixed, nothing needs to be controlled. Everything is already unfolding on its own. Let sound continue as it will. Let silence remain as it is. And you rest as the knowing in which all of this appears and disappears freely. And as you stay with feeling in this way, something begins to change. Not the feeling itself, but the way it is experienced. Without a name, it is no longer fixed. It is no longer a solid thing that you have to deal with. It becomes movement, a shifting pattern of sensation appearing in the body and moving through it. Stay close to this. Feel it directly, without translating it into words. Perhaps there is a tightness in the chest, but instead of calling it anxiety, feel the pressure, the contraction, the subtle vibration. Notice how it changes moment by moment. It may pulse, it may spread, it may fade, or return in a slightly different form. Nothing remains the same. Even what feels strong is not stable. And when it is not named, it is easier to stay with, because the story is not there. The weight is not added. Now notice what happens when a label appears. The mind says, "This is sadness," and immediately a memory may arise, a story may follow, a sense of identity may form. I am sad. And in that moment, the experience becomes heavier, more solid, more personal. But before the label, it was simply sensation, moving, changing, unfixed. So gently, see if you can remain before the label. In direct contact with what is here, feeling without naming. Now notice again where the sensation is in the body. Does it have a clear boundary? Or is it spread out? Does it stay in one place? Or does it move? Is it continuous or made of small changing pulses? Look closely. What seemed like one feeling may actually be many small sensations, appearing and disappearing too quickly to see at first. But as attention settles, this becomes clearer. There is no single solid emotion, only changing experiences arising and passing. And as you see this, a quiet space opens, because what is changing cannot define you. What appears cannot be who you are. Stay with this understanding, not as a belief, but as something you are seeing right now. A feeling arises, it is known, and it passes. Another arises, it is known, and it passes. The knowing remains, open, unchanged. And within this openness, all feelings are allowed. Nothing needs to be rejected. Nothing needs to be held. Now feel what happens when there is no labeling. The body softens. The breath becomes easier. There is less tension because there is less resistance. Even a difficult sensation becomes more workable, more fluid, less overwhelming, because it is no longer being fixed into a solid identity. It is just movement, energy flowing through the body. And like all movement, it changes. It cannot stay. This is the nature of all experience, not only feeling, but everything. Arising, changing, passing. Nothing holds its form. Nothing remains the same. And in this seeing, a deeper ease begins to appear. Because there is nothing that needs to be controlled. Nothing that needs to be avoided. Everything is already moving on its own. Now rest here with whatever is present, without naming it, without defining it, just feeling as it unfolds, moment by moment. Let sensations come and go freely, like waves rising and falling on the surface of a vast ocean. The waves may change, but the ocean remains. In the same way, feelings may shift, but awareness remains open, still, unmoved, and you are not the wave. You are the space in which all waves appear and disappear without leaving a trace. Stay here in this quiet openness where nothing needs to be named, nothing needs to be held, and everything is free to arise and pass just as it is. And as you stay with thinking in this way, you begin to see it more clearly. A thought appears without being invited. It forms, it speaks, it suggests, and then it is gone. At first, it may feel very real, very convincing, as if it carries truth, as if it must be followed. But if you pause just for a moment and look closely, you will see the same pattern again and again. It arises, it stays for a moment, and it fades, just like a sound, just like a sensation. Nothing different. Now notice how quickly the mind becomes involved. A thought appears, and another follows, then another, building a chain, a story, a direction, and suddenly you are no longer here. You are somewhere else. In the past or in the future, inside a world made of thought. This happens so easily, so naturally. But the moment you notice it, you are already back. Awareness returns without effort, without force. Now stay with this seeing. Thought arises, it is known, and it passes, again and again. No need to stop it. No need to control it. Just observe. And you may begin to notice something subtle. Thought does not stay. Even the strongest idea cannot remain unchanged. It shifts, it fades, it is replaced by another. Nothing holds, nothing remains. And yet, the mind often treats thought as something solid, as something true, as something that must be believed. but look again. If it comes and goes, if it changes moment by moment, can it be absolute? Or is it just another event appearing in awareness? Stay with this question, not to answer, but to see. Now notice the space in which thought appears. Before a thought, there is quiet. During a thought, that quiet is still there. After the thought, the quiet remains. The thought does not replace it. It simply moves within it, like a cloud passing through the sky. The sky does not become the cloud. It does not hold it. It does not resist it. It allows and remains unchanged. In the same way, awareness remains open as thoughts come and go. You do not need to follow every thought. You do not need to respond. You do not need to believe. Just notice. A thought says something, and then it disappears. It leaves no trace unless it is held, unless it is repeated, unless it is believed. So for now, let thoughts come and let them go, like echoes fading into silence. No need to complete them. No need to finish the story. Just let them dissolve. Now notice how this feels. When you do not follow thought, there is more space, more quiet, more ease. Not because thoughts have stopped, but because they are no longer being carried. They arise, but they do not take you away. They pass, and you remain. Present, still here. Now look even deeper. What is it that thinks? Is there a solid thinker behind each thought? Or is thinking just happening on its own? Watch carefully. A thought appears, but did you create it? Did you decide what it would be before it came? Or did it simply arrive? And if it arrives on its own, and leaves on its own. Where is the one who controls it? Stay with this, not to answer, but to observe. Thinking happens, but no thinker can be found. Just thoughts arising and passing within awareness. And in this seeing, something begins to loosen. The sense of being caught inside thought begins to soften. Because thought is no longer taken as truth. It is seen as movement, as appearance, as something that comes and goes. Now rest here with whatever thought appears, without following, without resisting, just seeing. Let each thought be exactly as it is, and then let it pass again and again. Nothing needs to be held. Nothing needs to be believed. Just this simple knowing of thoughts arising and fading in a space that remains open, quiet, and free. And as you begin to see this, something very quiet, yet very important, becomes clear. The experience itself is not the problem. A sound arises and passes. A sensation appears and fades. A thought comes and goes. A feeling moves and changes. All of it is simply happening. But then something else appears. A subtle movement in the mind. A reaching toward what feels pleasant. A pulling away from what feels uncomfortable. This movement is small but powerful. It happens quickly, almost unnoticed, and yet this is where tension begins. A pleasant moment appears, and the mind says, "Stay, more, don't go." And in that holding, a tightness forms, because what is changing is being asked to remain. Now look at the other side. An unpleasant moment appears, and the mind reacts. Go away. This shouldn't be here. I don't want this. And in that pushing, another layer of tension forms. resistance. Not the experience itself, but the resistance to it. This is the mechanism of suffering. Not hidden, not complex, but simple, clear when seen directly. Now stay with this observation. A sensation arises. Before the reaction, it is just sensation, neutral. Then the mind moves toward it or away from it. And in that movement, there is contraction, a narrowing, a sense of pressure. This is suffering taking shape. But what if, for a moment, you do not follow that movement? What if you simply stay with what is here? Without reaching, without pushing, just allowing. Try this gently. A pleasant sensation appears. You notice it, and you do not hold it. You let it be. It comes and it goes. No tension added. Now, an uncomfortable sensation appears. You notice it, and you do not resist it. You let it be. It comes and it goes. No struggle added. And in this allowing, something begins to change. Not the experience, but the relationship to it. There is more space, more ease, because nothing is being forced to stay or to leave. Everything is free to move as it naturally does. Now notice this more deeply. When there is no grasping, pleasant experiences are lighter. They are enjoyed, but not clung to. When there is no resistance, unpleasant experiences are softer. They are felt, but not feared. Everything becomes more fluid, more open, more workable. This does not mean you stop feeling. It does not mean you become indifferent. It means you are no longer fighting with what is already here. And in the absence of that fight, a quiet peace appears. not created, not achieved, but revealed when resistance ends. Now look even deeper. This movement of grasping and resisting, does it belong to a fixed self? Or is it just another pattern, another process arising in the mind? Watch closely. The urge to hold appears. The urge to push away appears. And both pass, just like everything else. No solid owner behind them, just movements arising and fading. And in seeing this, the sense of being trapped begins to dissolve, because there is no fixed you caught inside experience. There is only experience unfolding and awareness knowing it. Now rest here in this simple allowing. Let everything be as it is. Let each moment come and go without interference, without control, without struggle. And notice, when nothing is held, nothing becomes a burden. When nothing is resisted, nothing becomes a problem. Everything moves freely, like water, flowing without obstruction, like wind, passing without leaving a trace. And you are not the one who needs to manage this flow. You are the awareness in which it all happens. Open, spacious, unchanging, while everything else comes and goes. Stay here in this quiet understanding, where suffering is seen not as something imposed from outside, but as something that arises when there is resistance, and gently, when resistance is no longer followed, what remains is a simple, natural ease. And from this quiet openness, something even deeper can be seen. Not something new, but something that has always been here, hidden only by effort, covered only by trying. Now, without control, without direction, experience begins to unfold on its own. Breath moves without being guided. The body adjusts without being corrected. Sounds arise without being invited. Thoughts appear without being chosen. Feelings come without being created. Everything happening by itself. And in seeing this, a quiet realization may begin to form. There is no need to manage life moment by moment, because life is already moving, already unfolding, already complete as it is. Now stay with this gently. Notice how the mind still tries to step in. It wants to adjust, to improve, to guide the experience toward something better. But see if you can recognize this movement as just another appearance, another thought, another impulse. Not something you need to follow, just something to be aware of. And when it is seen without acting on it, it softens, it fades like everything else. Now feel what remains when control is not being used. There is space. There is ease. There is a natural flow. Nothing forced, nothing held. Nothing pushed away. Experience moves like a river, finding its own path. You do not need to shape it. You do not need to direct it. You do not need to make it right. Now notice something even more subtle. If everything is happening on its own, then where is the controller? Where is the one who is supposed to be in charge? Look carefully. Is there a solid center making decisions moment by moment? Or are decisions just appearing like thoughts, like sensations, like everything else? Stay with this observation. A choice arises. But did you create it before it appeared? Or did it simply come and then action followed? Watch closely. Everything unfolds through causes and conditions, one moment leading to another, without a fixed owner behind it. And in this seeing, the sense of a separate controller begins to loosen, not as an idea, but as a direct experience. There is doing, but no solid doer. There is thinking, but no fixed thinker. There is feeling, but no permanent feeler. Just processes, moving, changing, appearing and disappearing. And awareness, open, knowing all of it. Unchanged, unmoving. Now rest in this openness. No need to hold on to it. No need to understand it fully. Just allow this seeing to deepen in its own way. Even if confusion appears, let it be there. Even if clarity fades, let it fade. Nothing needs to be maintained. Nothing needs to be preserved. Because everything is already changing, already moving. Now feel the simplicity of this moment. Breath coming and going. Body sitting or resting. Sounds appearing and fading. Thoughts arising and dissolving. All of it happening freely, without control, without effort. And within this freedom, there is a quiet peace. Not something created, not something achieved, but something revealed when nothing is being forced, when nothing is being controlled, when nothing is being resisted. Just this, as it is. Now let yourself rest here for a few moments. In this natural unfolding, in this effortless awareness, in this simple being. Nothing to add, nothing to remove, nothing to become. And as this openness deepens, you may begin to sense that what you are is not limited to any experience, not the body, not the thought, not the feeling, but the space in which all experience appears, wide, silent, unchanging. And from this, a deeper understanding begins to gently reveal itself, not through thinking, but through seeing. Seeing that everything is changing. Seeing that nothing can be held. Seeing that there is no fixed self behind it all. Only life unfolding moment by moment. And in this seeing, there is nothing to control, nothing to fix, nothing to complete. Only this quiet, open, natural presence, already here. And as this is seen more clearly, something begins to fall away. The subtle effort to get somewhere. The quiet pressure to reach a better state. The idea that something is missing. All of this begins to loosen. Because when you look directly, this moment is already complete. Nothing is outside of it. Nothing is lacking from it. Breath is here. Body is here. Sound is here. Thought is here. Feeling is here. Awareness is here. What else is needed? Stay with this gently. Notice how the mind still searches. It looks for something deeper, something more peaceful, something more stable. But this searching is just another movement, another habit, another attempt to improve what is already here. And when this is seen, the search itself can be allowed to stop. Not forced to stop, not pushed away, just seen and no longer followed. Now rest here without trying to go further, without trying to deepen, without trying to hold on to anything. Just this moment, as it is, complete, without needing anything added. Now notice something very subtle. When there is no goal, there is no tension. Because tension comes from moving towards something else. But when there is nowhere to go, no better state to reach, no final point to arrive at, the movement of becoming begins to quiet. And in that quiet, a different kind of ease appears. Not the ease of achieving, but the ease of not needing to achieve. Not the peace of controlling, but the peace of not needing control. This ease does not depend on conditions. It does not require that thoughts stop. It does not require that feelings change. It is present even when things are imperfect. Even when the mind is active, even when the body is uncomfortable, because it is not based on changing experience. It is based on not needing to change it. Now stay with this understanding. Nothing needs to be removed. Nothing needs to be added. Everything is already allowed. Everything is already included. And in this inclusion, there is a quiet wholeness. Not something created, but something recognized. Now look even deeper. If there is nowhere to arrive, then who is it that was trying to arrive? Was there ever a fixed self moving toward a goal? Or was that too just a thought, appearing and passing? Stay with this gently. The idea of me trying to reach something also arises and fades. Like any other thought, like any other experience, not solid, not permanent. And when this is seen, the sense of striving begins to dissolve. Because there is no fixed one who needs to get somewhere. Only life unfolding moment by moment. Now feel the simplicity of this. Breath happens. Body sits. Sounds come and go. Thoughts arise and pass. Feelings move and change. All without a central controller. All without a destination. Just this continuous unfolding. And awareness quietly knowing it. Now rest here without moving away, without trying to hold on to this understanding. Even this can be allowed to come and go. Nothing needs to be kept. Nothing needs to be remembered, because what is true does not depend on memory. It is here, in this moment, and in the next, and in the next, always present, always available. Not something to reach, not something to achieve, just something to notice again and again. Now let everything be exactly as it is. Let the breath move freely. Let the body rest naturally. Let thoughts appear and disappear. Let feelings rise and fall. No need to interfere. No need to improve. No need to arrive anywhere else, because there is nowhere else to go. Only this moment, unfolding, complete as it is. And as you look in this way, something very subtle begins to reveal itself. The sense of I am doing this appears just like a thought. It forms. It feels familiar. It seems real. And then it fades. Stay close to this. When the idea arises, I am meditating, pause gently and notice what is actually here. There is breath moving. There are sensations shifting. There are sounds appearing and disappearing. There are thoughts coming and going. And somewhere within this, a thought appears, saying, I am observing. But is that different from any other thought? Or is it simply another appearance in the same field of awareness? Look carefully. The thought, I am here, arises. It is known, and it passes, just like any other thought. It does not stay. It does not hold its shape. It does not remain constant. And if it comes and goes, can it be a solid self? Or is it just another movement within experience? Stay with this gently. No need to answer. Just observe. Now notice how quickly the mind builds a center. It gathers sensations, thoughts, memories, and says, this is me. This is who I am. But look again. Each of these is changing. Each of these appears and disappears. There is no single point that remains, no fixed core that can be found. Only a collection of moving processes. And the sense of I is part of that movement, not separate from it, not behind it, but within it, appearing and passing. Now feel this directly. A sensation arises in the body, and for a moment it feels personal. This is happening to me. But if you stay with it, it is just sensation, moving, changing, unfixed. The sense of ownership is added afterward by thought, by habit. Now a thought appears, and it says something about you. A story, a memory, an identity. But if you watch closely, it is just another thought. No more solid than any other. No more permanent. Just appearing and disappearing. again and again. Now ask gently, without needing an answer, where is the one who owns all of this? Where is the one who is separate from what is happening? Look carefully. There is seeing, but no seer can be found. There is hearing, but no hearer can be found. There is thinking, but no thinker can be found. There is feeling, but no fixed feeler can be found. Only experience and awareness, knowing it. Nothing extra, nothing separate. And in this scene, something begins to soften. The sense of being a separate center, holding everything together, begins to loosen. Not as a belief, but as a direct experience. There is no need to remove the sense of self. No need to push it away. Because even that is just another appearance. The thought of I can arise and it can pass like everything else. Now rest here without trying to hold on to any position, without trying to be someone who is doing this correctly. Even the idea of being a meditator can be released. Nothing needs to be maintained. Nothing needs to be protected. Just this open awareness in which everything appears and disappears. Now feel the lightness of this. Without a fixed self, there is less to defend, less to protect, less to carry. Experience becomes more fluid, more open, less heavy, because nothing is being held as me or mine. Everything is simply happening, and awareness remains open, unchanging through it all. Now stay here for a few moments, Let the sense of self come if it comes. Let it go if it goes. No need to interfere. No need to define. Just observe. And notice what remains when nothing is claimed, when nothing is owned, when nothing is held. Only this simple, open, aware presence, already here. And as you remain with this seeing, the flow becomes more and more obvious. Breath comes without being called. It leaves without being held. The chest rises and falls on its own. No one is pushing it. No one is stopping it. Just movement happening. Now notice sound again. A tone appears, perhaps near, perhaps far. It is heard and it fades. You did not create it. You did not invite it. You do not send it away. It simply arrives and disappears. Thought follows the same way. A thought appears suddenly, without warning. It forms, it speaks, and then it dissolves. Did you decide which thought would come next? Or did it simply arise? Look carefully. Thinking is happening on its own. Just like breathing, just like hearing, just like feeling. Now feel the body. Sensations shift. Pressure changes. Temperature moves. Subtle vibrations arise and pass. All of it without control, without a central command. Everything is part of a continuous movement, like a river flowing, water moving, currents shifting, patterns forming and dissolving. No single drop is directing the river. It flows by its own nature. In the same way, life is unfolding, moment by moment, condition by condition. This leads to that, and that leads to the next. An endless chain of arising and passing. Now stay close to this. See how one moment gives rise to another. A sound appears. A tension moves. A thought arises. The body responds. A feeling comes. The breath changes. Everything connected. Everything influencing everything else. No isolated center. No separate controller. Just interwoven processes moving together. Now notice something very subtle. If everything is happening by itself, then what is your role in this moment? Look carefully. Is there something that needs to be added? Something that needs to be controlled? Or is everything already complete in its unfolding? Stay with this question, not to answer, but to feel. The body breathes, the mind thinks, the world sounds, life moves, and awareness simply knows. Open without effort. Now feel the ease in this. When nothing needs to be controlled, there is less tension. When nothing needs to be directed, there is more space. Everything is allowed to be as it is. And in this allowing, there is a natural harmony, not created, not forced, but present when nothing interferes. Now notice again how the mind may still try to step in, It wants to guide, to adjust, to make things better. But this too is just another movement, another appearance. It arises and it passes. No need to follow it. No need to stop it. Just see it as part of the same flow. Now rest here within this unfolding. Breath moving, sounds appearing, thoughts forming, feelings shifting, all happening on their own. And awareness remaining open through it all. Unmoved, unchanged. Now look even deeper. If everything is happening without a controller, then the sense of control is also part of the flow. It appears, it feels real, it seems convincing, and then it fades, just like everything else. There is no fixed one behind it. Only experience, arising and passing. And in this seeing, a quiet freedom begins to appear. Because there is no need to hold everything together. No need to manage each moment. Life is already moving, already unfolding, already complete in each step. Now let yourself rest in this simple truth. Nothing to control, nothing to direct, nothing to fix. Only this living moment, flowing, changing, unfolding by itself. And you, not as a separate doer, but as the open awareness in which all of this appears and disappears freely. And as you continue to look in this way, something becomes even clearer. There is no center that remains the same. No fixed point holding everything together. At first, it may feel like there is a place somewhere behind the eyes or in the chest where you are located. But look closely. That sense of location is also a sensation. feeling in the body, appearing and disappearing, sometimes strong, sometimes faint, sometimes not there at all. It does not stay. It does not remain constant. And if it changes, can it be a true center? Or is it just another experience arising in awareness? Stay with this gently. Notice how the sense of I am here moves. At one moment, it feels in the head. Another moment, in the chest. Another moment, nowhere specific. Shifting like everything else. Not fixed, not stable. Now observe experience as a whole. Sounds appear. They are known. They disappear. Sensations arise. They are felt. They change. Thoughts come. They are noticed. They fade. Everything is moving. Everything is changing. And within all of this, is there a single point that does not move? Look carefully. Even the sense of observing is not stable. Sometimes clear, sometimes dull, sometimes present, sometimes lost in thought. It too appears and disappears. So what is observing? Is there a solid observer standing behind experience? Or is observing simply happening on its own? Seeing happens. Hearing happens. Thinking happens. Feeling happens. But no separate observer can be found. Only the happening itself and the knowing of it. Now stay with this. There is awareness, but no fixed owner of awareness. There is knowing, but no knower, separate from what is known. Just this open field in which everything appears, without a center, without a boundary. Now feel into this openness. Experience is not happening to a center. It is simply happening within awareness. And awareness does not have a location. It is not in the head, not in the body, not inside or outside. It is just open, boundless, allowing everything to arise and pass. Now notice again how the mind tries to create a center. It says, I am here. I am the one who sees. But this too is just a thought, appearing and disappearing. No more solid than any other thought. No more permanent. So gently, let even this idea be seen and released. No need to hold on to it. No need to believe it. Just another appearance in the flow. Now rest in this centerless space. Nothing to locate, nothing to define, nothing to hold on to. Just experience unfolding freely, and awareness open without a center, without a fixed point. Now feel the lightness of this. When there is no center, there is nothing to defend, nothing to protect, nothing to hold together. Everything is allowed to move as it is. And in this allowing, there is a quiet ease, not created, but revealed when the idea of a center is no longer followed. Now stay here for a few moments. Let everything be just as it is. Sounds coming and going, sensations shifting and changing, thoughts arising and fading. No center holding them. No observer standing behind them. Only only this open, aware presence, without a fixed point, without a boundary. Just this simple knowing of whatever appears and disappears within it. And as you remain with this simple seeing, change becomes undeniable. Not something to think about, but something to feel right here. A breath begins. It rises. It reaches a point, and then it falls, gone. Another breath comes, not the same, never the same. Now, feel a sensation in the body. Perhaps a pressure, or a warmth, or a subtle vibration. Stay with it closely. It does not stay still. It flickers. It shifts. It fades, and sometimes returns in a different form. What seemed solid is actually changing, moment by moment. Now, watch a thought. It appears suddenly, fully formed. It speaks, and then it dissolves. It cannot remain. Even if it repeats, it is not the same thought. It is a new appearance each time. Now notice a feeling. It rises. It fills the body. It moves. It softens. It disappears. No feeling stays forever. Everything follows this same pattern, arising, changing, passing, again and again, without exception. Stay close to this truth, not as an idea, but as something you are witnessing right now, in this moment. Nothing holds its form. Nothing remains unchanged. Now notice something deeper. Because everything changes, nothing can be held. You cannot hold a breath. You cannot keep a sensation. You cannot freeze a thought. You cannot preserve a feeling. Everything slips through the fingers of control. And this is not a problem. This is the nature of life. Now feel what happens when you stop trying to hold. The breath moves freely. The body relaxes. The mind softens. Because it is no longer trying to stop change. And when there is no effort to stop what cannot be stopped, there is a quiet ease. Now look even more closely. What you call this moment is not one thing. It is many small changes happening quickly. So quickly they seem continuous. But if you slow down, if you pay attention, you begin to see the gaps, the small endings, the small beginnings. Each sound arises and ends. Each sensation appears and fades. Each thought forms and disappears. Nothing flows as one solid piece. It is all momentary, fragmented, unfixed. And in seeing this, the idea of something permanent begins to dissolve. There is no stable ground to stand on, no fixed point to hold on to. Everything is moving, everything is changing, and yet this is not something to fear, because change is also what allows everything to arise. Without change, there would be no breath, no movement, no life. So this constant shifting is not against you. It is life itself. Now rest with this understanding. Let everything change. Let everything move. No need to slow it down. No need to stop it. Just observe. Just feel. Just allow. Now notice what happens when impermanence is seen directly. Clinging becomes difficult, because what you try to hold is already gone. Resistance becomes softer, because what you push away is already changing. Everything becomes lighter, more fluid, more open, because nothing can be fixed into a permanent state. Now stay here with this simple truth. Breath changing, body changing, mind changing, moment by moment, and awareness quietly knowing this constant movement. Not holding, not resisting, just seeing. Now let this seeing deepen without effort, without trying to understand more, because this is not something to figure out. It is something to witness again and again, in each breath, in each sensation, in each thought. Impermanence, not as an idea, but as the living reality of this moment. Always here, always unfolding, always changing. And in this constant change, nothing can be held, and nothing needs to be. And as this is seen more clearly, a gentle shift begins to happen. The experience itself may not change right away. There may still be discomfort, tightness, restlessness, but something deeper begins to soften. The struggle begins to fade. Before, there was a quiet resistance, a pushing away, a wanting things to be different. And this resistance added weight. It turned a simple sensation into a problem. But now, without pushing, without holding, the same sensation feels different, lighter, more open, less solid. Stay with this gently. A discomfort appears. Instead of resisting it, allow it to be there. Feel it directly. Not as an enemy, but as sensation, moving, changing, unfixed. Notice how it behaves when it is not being pushed away. It shifts, it breathes, it softens, or moves, or fades. Even if it stays, it is not the same. It is changing moment by moment. And without resistance, there is space around it. It is no longer overwhelming. Because it is not being held as something solid. Now notice the difference. Pain may still be present. A physical discomfort or an emotional tone. But the added layer of struggle is no longer there. And without that layer, what remains is simpler, just sensation, just experience. Not a burden, not a problem, just something appearing and passing. Now feel the body again. Where there was tension, see if it has shifted, even slightly. Not because you changed it, but because you stopped fighting it. Now feel the breath. It moves more easily when nothing is being resisted. Now feel the mind. There is more space when nothing is being pushed away. This is the quiet ease that appears when resistance ends. Not something created, not something forced, but something revealed when struggle is no longer added. Now rest here with whatever is present. Let it be as it is. No need to improve it. No need to remove it. Just allow. Just feel. Just know. And notice when nothing is resisted, even difficulty becomes lighter, more fluid, less heavy. Because suffering was never in the experience itself. It was in the resistance. And now, without that resistance, what remains is a simple, open, peaceful allowing. And as this becomes clearer, the idea of freedom begins to change. It is no longer something to chase, no longer something that depends on how you feel, because feelings come and go. Peace may be here, and then it shifts. Comfort may be present, and then it fades. Silence may appear, and then sound returns. If freedom depended on these, it would never last. It would always be fragile, always uncertain. But look more closely. Freedom is not in the content of experience. It is in the relationship to experience. When nothing is being held, when nothing is being pushed away, when nothing is being chased, there is a natural openness. And within that openness, everything is allowed, even restlessness, even noise, even discomfort. Nothing is excluded, and because nothing is excluded, nothing becomes a problem. Now feel this directly. A sound appears. It is allowed. A thought arises. It is allowed. A sensation moves. It is allowed. No need to adjust. No need to correct. Just this simple allowing. And in this allowing, there is a quiet freedom. Not because everything is pleasant, but because nothing is being resisted. Now notice something subtle. The mind may still look for a special state. Something calm, something still, something perfect. But this, too, is just another form of seeking. Another movement toward something else. And in that movement, there is tension. So gently, see if you can let go, even of the search for freedom. Nothing needs to be found. Nothing needs to be achieved. Because what you are looking for is already here when nothing is being held. Now rest here without trying to feel a certain way. Let experience be exactly as it is. Changing, unpredictable, alive. And notice awareness remains open. It does not depend on what is happening. It does not shrink when discomfort appears. It does not expand when pleasure arises. It remains as it is, open, allowing, free. Now feel the simplicity of this. Freedom is not something you have to create. It is what remains when grasping ends, when resistance softens, when seeking falls away. Just this open presence, unholding, unresisting, unseeking. And within this, everything can come and go freely. Nothing trapped, nothing forced, nothing controlled. Now stay here for a few moments. Let this understanding settle naturally, not as an idea, but as a quiet recognition that freedom is not somewhere else, not in the future, not in a perfect state, but here, in this moment, when nothing is being held. And now, there is nothing more to do. No final step. No conclusion to reach. Just this open presence remaining as it is. Allow everything to unfold naturally. No need to focus. No need to follow. No need to return anywhere. Because there is nowhere to leave. Everything is already within this openness. Sounds appearing and fading. Sensations shifting and dissolving. Thoughts forming and disappearing. Feelings rising and falling. All of it moving freely. Within a space that has no edge, no boundary, no center. Now rest here without choosing, without organizing experience. Let everything be equal. Nothing closer, nothing further away. Just appearances in a field that does not move. And in this, there is no need to locate yourself. No need to find where you are, because there is no fixed place to stand. Only openness, knowing what arises. Now notice even the question, "Who am I?" if it appears, is just another thought. It comes, it asks, and it fades. It does not stay. It does not demand an answer. Because when you look, there is nothing fixed to point to. No stable identity that can be found. Only changing experience and the knowing of it. And when this is seen, the question itself loses its weight. It softens. It dissolves. Not because it was answered, but because there is no longer a solid seeker behind it. Just life unfolding, moment by moment. Now feel the simplicity of this. Nothing to define, nothing to hold on to, nothing to become. Just this living movement, appearing and disappearing within a space that is always here. Now let yourself rest completely. No effort, no direction, no intention to maintain anything. Even this openness does not need to be held, because it is not something that can be lost. It is what remains when nothing is held. Now slowly feel the body again, not as something separate, but as part of this same flow. Breath moving, chest rising and falling, contact with the ground, all appearing within the same awareness. No boundary between them, no separation. Just one continuous unfolding. Now feel the world again. Sounds in the distance. Subtle movements around you. All included. Nothing outside of this. Everything within this open field. And you, not as a separate observer, but as this openness itself. Now remain here for a few quiet moments. Let experience come and go freely, without interference, without holding, without resistance. And notice a very gentle ease, not dramatic, not overwhelming, just quiet, simple, natural, always here when nothing is being grasped. Now, as this time comes to a close, there is nothing you need to take with you, nothing to remember, nothing to keep, because this is not something that belongs to the past. It is here in any moment when you pause and notice. So whenever life feels heavy or restless or uncertain, you can return not by going somewhere, but by stopping and seeing what is already here. Breath, body, sound, thought, all changing, all passing, all held in this open awareness. And in that scene, there is a quiet freedom. Not something achieved, not something gained, but something recognized as already present, always here, waiting only to be noticed.